Нет, конечно, не будет связи, если ты не связь. Можно ли поставить 80, или можно поставить 83? Да? Знаете, что такое делимость? Сыны. Устинбека? Name?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. So we have 1 minute. Don't sit down. Don't sit down. Just start interrupting us and time. Are you ready?
Yes.
Yes. What is the number of the card? Sit. So please.
First question: what are the environmental issues the student talk about most often in your region? In our region, the worst environmental issue is the temperature in our city. Because of the temperature, like in summer, it's very hot, around 40 or 35 degrees Celsius, and in winter is 35 and 40 minus degrees. It gives some problems, like in winter schools are cancelled and some kids teaching online, and it may be not good for them. Like for me, I don't like study online because I'm not getting information very well when we're studying online. Like I'm distracted by another things like my phone or my parents can come in and ask me some questions, and I'm getting distracted for the lesson. Second question: do schools in Kazakhstan do enough to promote eco-awareness? Uh, I can say in about my school, in our school we don't talk much about environmental issues at all, but yeah, but students talk much, but not teachers. Our teachers not teach us how to prevent some ecological problems like trashing and other things. But our students in school talk about much about how to prevent these problems in our country and our region. That's all.
Let's move on to the second part.
Okay. Describe an environmental problem in your region and propose possible solutions. What problem it is, what cause, how it affects the community, your solution, possible obstacles, and with a summarizing statement. How to the first part is the temperature in our region. What is the problem? What causes it is global warming, and global warming caused by gas emissions that cut the ozone like how it affects the community. how I said, schools got cancelled, universities got cancelled, and in summer there's no opportunity to go out because you can get some diseases from the sun, maybe burnouts on your skin uh, or sunlight will kicking your head and you will have high temperature. Your solution to possible obstacles. We can prevent global warming by go on electrical cars like Tesla, Zeekrs, and other Chinese or American types of cars, and uh, we need to get lower cars like with gas engines. And with summarizing statement, I think the main problem is gas emissions from the cars, and we have to prevent it with get lower cars, and we need to use more cars with electrical power.
I think this.
Okay. Analytical discussion. Why do environmental campaigns succeed in some schools but fail in others? Who should carry some responsibility for regional ecology, schools, families, or local government? And third, how students Olympiads raise awareness of environmental English vocabulary while assessing curriculum mission skills. First question, I think it depends on school. Like in a local school where you do not have to pay, there's no dialogues, and teachers is not teaching at all about environment. But in some schools, they're good on the international level schools. They're teaching how to treat environmental goods, how to prevent all the trashing. Um, Second question, who should carry more responsibility? I think family is a main solution for the economical problems. Your parents should teach you how to deal with trash, and how deal with environment at all, how to deal with animals, forests, and other things. How can students Olympiad raise awareness of environmental English vocabulary? And third question, I think Olympiads is not raising the word at all. It's more like checking your skill to have critical thinking, writing, and reading skills, but not raise the awareness at all, because students in most situations only think about how to get higher score on the test.
Thank you very much. Вы можете человека себя сделать? Вы заходите на девушку.
So my card number is 7. My name is Dr. Karkat. Yes, sir. You have 1 minute to get ready. I should answer all these questions. Yeah. One by one, right? One, two, three. I should cover all the questions. Try. Okay. Okay, that's that. So first part, how do I usually prepare for competitions in school? To be honest, until now, I've always prepared for my competitions deliberately. I would always look up the past papers. I would work with my mistakes. I would do special mocks with my teachers. But now that I'm in my final year in high school, I haven't really been into those competitions. I've been busy with my college applications, so this year I'm more light in terms of competitions. Are competitions stressful or motivating for most students in my region? In my opinion, competitions in my region are quite stressful because the competition overall is growing each year, and all the students want to excel at their subjects in some ways. So in order to excel, they work hard. They, I don't know, work extra hard than other students. So I would say it's pretty stressful in order to get a place. What kinds of rewards encourage students most? In my view, it depends on the students. For some students, it would be, I don't know, personal rewards, personal excelling. For some students, it would be something to do for your school, to get like a place in order to help your school flourish. So in my view, I would say it's up to students and their personalities. Part two, on I need to describe a competition I participated in and that helped me grow personally. For this task, I chose my debate competition that I participated in, I guess, 2 years ago in ninth grade. It was a pretty big thing because I went to Almaty for that thing, and it was pretty huge. There were a lot of like international students coming from other countries, from all cities around the country. And what it struck me about communication is that you shouldn't be scared of it. You should go out there. You should speak for yourself. You should talk to people in order to show your abilities. And how it affected my confidence. Unfortunately, it did not go well. So I was pretty beaten up about my confidence after this debate because we lost. And the key difficulties I faced were, I guess, failure. It was the first time that I'd ever failed a thing. I failed a competition. Before the debate, like in my city, I always win the competitions, but this one, it just beat me right in the face. And I didn't handle it well. I was stressed and I was depressed for a week, I guess. And whether competition is a better motivator than grades, I would say these two are completely different factors. Like competition is a place where you grow academically, where you face different students on the same level and you try to excel. But grades is something that is used to describe your level of academic communication. And in conclusion, this competition helped me realize that not everything turns out well, and you need to work with that, like go with the flow, and yeah, that's it. Okay. Part three, why do some students give up even before the competition begins? I would say it's a stage fright. Like before you enter the competition, you get anxiety, you get all those thoughts inside you, like what if it doesn't turn out well? And even even simple like doubt inside you tells you that you're not gonna make it. All those different factors like lead to students giving up before a competition begins. Should communication skills or knowledge skills dominate language Olympiads at regional stages? That's a tricky one, I would say, because I don't think communication skills or knowledge skills like science, I guess, subjects should dominate over language Olympiads, because language Olympiads are part of the academic education, they're part of the education in general, so students should have a chance to compete at that subject as well. Not all students are good at science subjects like biology or mathematics, so what are they going to do if such subjects are going to dominate language Olympiads? And how does competition culture differ across schools in Central Asia compared to other regions? Competition culture, I would say, in our region, competition is huge, and all the Olympiads are pretty serious here. We're not allowed to cheat, we're not allowed to do anything with our phones, for example, we're taking our phones off our phones. But in other regions, it's not that serious, and I've heard stories where my friends told they were cheating, other kids were cheating during the Olympiad, and they would be allowed to huge competitions because of that. So I would say that's the main difference. It's pretty serious, much more serious here than other regions. Thank you.
Yes, it's okay. That's all right, please.
Take the phone, please. Say your name and the department.
My name is Ayana Sultan, and I have the 10th card. Ayana Sultan.
Sultan is your surname?
Yeah.
10. So please, you have 1 minute to get ready, okay? Ready? No, please.
Let me look at the questions, right? In my opinion, using AI tools right now, they have been developing for years and years, but it has come to a point where it's become a little bit dangerous, especially for students in school, because nobody controls it, and especially in government schools, nobody takes our smartphones, so it is used in exams, in work, like normal school work, so you never know what a student's educational level really is. I use AI tools for not learning English, but just doing school tasks. I mean, from my perspective, using it it won't cause any harm if I just want to learn about something new or get ideas for a school task. And there's only one AI application I know, it's ChatGPT. I mean, not only students use it, I know my parents use it even at work sometimes. But ChatGPT, I think, is the most popular just around the whole world. I do think it's the most developed. So in my region, everywhere in Europe, Asia, that's the only app they use. Teenagers, I feel like right now they depend on the apps that help us, not just AI, like any researches from like Google, Safari, we depend on that. I mean, back then, our parents, they used to go to libraries, they used to read books. Right now, we don't need anything, we just talk to a robot and they tell us everything. But for language learning, I don't think it causes like any problems in life. I think it's actually good for a child to be responsible to, okay, it might be a robot and it might not be a real person, but it does help a lot. So I think it's more of the the thing that they put into priority to learn the language. Should I start part two?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, so talking about AI apps, of course, I think I'll be talking about ChatGPT because I know more about it. And also I know apps like Duolingo, and these apps, they provide this kind of lessons that help with your language skills. Now, of course, just by reading a lot or learning the vocabulary, it won't help you talk like freely and really good. But it may to be fluent, you have to talk to people. You have to not only learn vocabulary words, you have to learn the grammar rules. And of course, right now, you can just do it from home using these apps. You don't even have to pay money. Everything is free. But as I said, it all needs to be balanced because, you can get ready for, let's say, the IELTS exam. You can always use any research, any AI apps that will help you. But when you come to the exam, you won't have them. So it really depends on you, and if you put in your priority to learn what you need to, but it all has to be balanced. And from my perspective, yeah, as I said, I think there are a lot of opportunities right now to learn a language, not only English, but yeah, I think that's makes sense. And part three, AI reduces originality in students' communication. Now, I think that's true because when you don't have any ideas, or maybe you just don't know anything about a topic, you just talk to AI and it will give you ideas. And that is what takes from a person's originality. Sometimes I may have an opinion on something, but when I learn more about it, it changes. Now, I don't know if it changes because I get more information about it, or is it actually my personal stance? Olympiads, yes, I think it should be controlled, of course, because I wouldn't say it's cheating, but it's not maybe fair for a person that has an opportunity to open up an app and talk to an AI source or have internet to get any ideas. So yeah, in school programs, phones overall shouldn't be allowed. And students developing critical thinking, I think it's more of it depends on the individual. I mean, they get an idea, they get information about something, but it's more of how they develop it.
I'm gonna go. Thank you. It's okay. So please take your card and look for me. What is your surname?
Money.
Mine.
A and
Can you show me your
I did.
Yes.
Mine, then you left.
then you can.
You have 1 minute.
No, no. Okay, so card number 5?
5.
5.
One more questions. Okay?
You should answer all these questions, and you have 1 minute to get it ready. You can stand over there. The camera is accordingly. Try to cover all of the questions.
Can I look at the sheet when I'm talking?
Yes.
Okay.
Alright, let's
Okay, start this.
Okay, so we're talking about the future profession. I've personally already picked mine because I think it connects well with my English proficiency in specific, which is English translator. I'm currently studying it to be Korean to English or English to Korean. It's interchangeable. And personally, here in this specific region of maybe like the city, the Astana, well, to be frank, I don't think it really provides practical guidance to the profession that I've gone for. Mainly because, well, English as a subject isn't really delved on as much here. And about different professions, well, that youth here sees as attractive nowadays would probably be IT and coding professions because, well, as of now, they cater the most. And speaking of my personal experience, I have a quite sizable amount of friends who are also going for coding professions and IT professions, as I said. And coming back to my profession, the English interpreter and translator, skills that I suppose it requires is prowess, practical prowess, and being quick-witted to pick the right words in a timely manner. And well, English supports these skills by providing the necessary vocabulary that you need to memorize and practice on your own accord. And the challenges of using English in this field, I guess, are innate, and they depend specifically on your proficiency that you refine in your own time. And well, about the alternatives, I suppose you could just take your time and study the language more rather than looking for alternatives. Well, or instead you could use a translator, though I don't really think it would, give you the credibility that a different competing employee would. And in conclusion, I'd say that the success of English translator, for example, in this case, depends specifically on his proficiency. That's what I mentioned. Analytical discussion?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, some employers may value English more than other skills and professions, specifically because of your ability to communicate and convey thoughts with other people, like exchange information more efficiently in international settings. And English is, in my opinion, more important than global skills like coding because, for example, if coding can be applied to more narrow context and English is pretty much like retains a broader use. Like specific situations for coding are more concentrated on like a work sphere. For example, if you're going to work as a scripter or a coder, you of course need to know how to code, but to communicate with other people in your job environment, in your work environment, you do need the English proficiency. And regional Olympiads should prepare winners for realistic professional communication beyond the exam settings by introducing more complex topics that are usually more often found in realistic settings with you conversing with a different person rather than examiner. So yeah, that would be pretty much it. So,
There you go. Later.
yeah.
So, just go on the back. Hamzira.
Hamzin.
Hamzina. 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 Card number? Six. Okay. So you have 1 minute to be waiting.
Okay.
You have to answer all these questions.
Say the name. Will you
Six.
What number is six? We have 1 minute to get ready. So I'm trying to cover all these parts, all 3 parts. So you can stand up there. You're going to be recorded. Can I have We have 1 minute to get ready. Okay, let's start. Do I have to read the questions? No. So one of the most popular online softwares among students in my school is TikTok, not only because of the conveniency, but also the popularity of this app throughout the world. So I would say not only in my school, but in all other schools, and just overall teenagers often use this application app in order to follow some trends, to scroll, and etc. So I would say that is why TikTok is considered most popular, especially in my school. So, do you use social media to practice English? How often? Definitely, and I find it really helpful when it comes to when it comes to some kind of tips. I use them often, and especially when I was preparing for my IELTS, I did use some of the vocabulary which was given. Especially in some particular topics such ecology. So I think it actually assisted me a lot along my journey of learning English. So have you ever received incorrect language advice on social media? Definitely. So I remember one time when I saw an English teacher using one word incorrectly. So it was her using a word which was describing a money, but at the same time it was in the wrong context. So although basically she was correct that it was actually linked to the word and meaning of money, she still did not use it properly and actually misleading other users online. And when I've actually asked my teacher about this word, she said, yes, that's definitely not correct. And describe a positive and a negative impact of social media on teenagers' English communication. So there are definitely positive and negative aspects of social softwares, which heavily impacts how teenagers communicate, especially with each other. So first, so the positive aspects would be the constant writing in terms of typing. So they can freely express their emotions and their vocabulary, and discuss different kind of topics, whatever they like and whatever comes to mind. But at the same time, there are some negative aspects, such as using too much of a slang, and which can actually affect their academic and formal English use. So I would say, how I mentioned that TikTok is one of the most popular ones, and actually most of the trends and popular words actually comes from there. Not only there, but also there are some other softwares. But I believe that, from my perspective, I believe that most of the popular words and slangs come from TikTok, and one of them would be the word unalive. So actually, in the English academic vocabulary, there is no such word. But at the same time, we can understand the meaning that it means death and something which is not alive. So we can say that from this, we can say that actually teenagers can use and misuse some of the slang, because of the wrong perception and misunderstanding that this is actually a not verified word, not an official word, which is not on vocabularies. But at the same time, there are some positive aspects. So how I mentioned the writings, that teenagers can actually discuss a lot of topics online, because so they can freely express whatever they want. So I think this is the main negative and positive aspects of using social media.
Okay,
Why do teenagers sometimes imitate online language even when it sounds unnatural? Although it may sound a little bit brutal, but I think a lot of young people may use online language and slang in order to look cool, or maybe to feel that they are equal to their environment. And by the environment, I mean their friends and other teenagers, and especially when a particular word or some of the trends get so popular, so they actually use some of these words and online language in daily life. So I wouldn't say that it is bad, but at the same time, it may affect their academic and just their education, because they may misuse some of the words. So should regional Olympiads ban or encourage social media vocabulary in speaking tasks? I believe, from my perspective, I support I support only formal and academic use of English because I believe that it is more of a polished English when teenagers actually have to think and process what they're saying. And although it is not bad to use slang in a daily life, on a daily basis, but when it comes to some serious competitions, when there is some serious topics brought up, it is important to actually use a proper English in order to express everything.
Okay.
Thank you. So you may go. Thank you. So we will continue. Sure. Okay. Continue. Take that class. Endama.
Yes.
Endama. Card number
Part number 4.
4.
You have 1 minute to get ready. Stand up over there, please. 1 minute to get
We
ready.
have 1 minute. Yes.
For the whole?
Yeah, for the whole. Endama. Please.
Do not read the questions while answering, right? Just cover all the parts. Okay. So, in my region, students, I think, read quite a lot because right now the school program is every day giving tasks to children to read books in English, especially English is now programmed in our school program. We are learning English since first grade to 11th grade, and I think students are learning a lot in English, complex grammar. So, yes, I think students read a lot in English because it's really necessary. And I prefer printed books because I think printed books give a lot more feeling, like of excitement, of sour. For example, when you read a tragedy, I think on ebook, it doesn't feel like as if you are reading a printed book. So I prefer a printed book because the feelings when you read it are different than on ebook. And also, in our school's advanced learning program, English literature is not required. However, we do have literature in our own languages as Russian or Kazakh. But it is also preferred to read English literature because it would improve your vocabulary, it would improve your understanding of English grammar, and of course you would know other subgenres of other languages, you would know their cultures, and it is really important to widen your horizons and your knowledge. So the book I read in English that influenced my thinking was about self-development. So it was about how important it is to always develop, to always evolve into something, to always find a way that aligns with your goals. So, like in our life, we always struggle to find a motivation, find a way to achieve our goals. And this book helped me to how to stay aligned with your goals, how to achieve your goals without crushing out, without burning out. But it didn't have any language challenges. Maybe it was complex words. Maybe I didn't understand some of the vocabulary, but it was okay since I just Googled it and I knew the whole meaning of the book. So the biggest lesson I learned from this book was how important it is, again, to improve yourself 24/7 because your goals and your character is said a lot about your personality. And the more you evolve, the more you know about yourself and your motivation, how you work is better for yourself. So reading fiction improved my real communication skills, I think, but it didn't have any more influence than watching, for example, people, how they talk. I think these videos really helped me improve my communication skills rather than reading fiction. So stories, English books are really good to improve your vocabulary, to improve your language skills, but it's also important to understand what the context is talking about because there is no point in reading a book if you don't understand it. So also it provides you knowledge from another point of view. Now, why? Okay, some readers find foreign literature difficult even when the grammar is not complex. I think that's because they don't understand the whole meaning of it. For example, in Catholic literature, I do understand some words. The grammar is not complex, however, I do not understand what the author is saying. And this is where the ability to understand what the author is saying comes. So you have to actually understand what the text is about, and I think that's why readers find foreign literature difficult. So I think translated or adapted literature affects students' ability to think critically because some students they can read books in another language that they don't know, but they can read a book that is translated from this language, and reading any kind of text requires person to think critically. I think reading any context is making you smarter, is making you think more wider.
I think enough is. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Давайте, да, слишком много, я еще не буду руки. Все, so please take card and ID card, да, Are you sure that?
I have 1 minute to get ready. Turn down the video, please. So for the first part, just answer one question. For the second part, try to cover 2 remarks and points. And the third part, only one question.
Clear?
So you have 1 minute to get ready.
Are you sure that? Okay, Emre, please start. No.
I got speaking part 10. So for part one, I personally don't usually use AI tools for English tasks, but whenever I need an example, for an essay or a speaking task for summative assessments for terms, I use it, but I don't indulge in it. Part two. Nowadays, students tend to use AI tools more often to learn English and other subjects such as math and literature, but I think that using AI tools may actually lessen creativity and critical thinking in students because it doesn't really help you in any way. It just gives you a full answer right away. So using AI tools for a long periods of times may actually make an individual be unable to write an essay on its own in the future. And as for learning the language in general, I wouldn't use it either way because I feel like most of the times AI tools give you wrong answers because it doesn't actually think and it only gathers information already existing on the internet that can also be provided by untrustful sources.
Okay, last part. Choose one question.
I chose the first question. Why might AI reduce originality in students? I feel like AI might reduce originality in students since over time, after prolonged use, it will only give you the answers that it has given you in the previous conversations. That's it.
Here we go.
It's speaking up one.
Number?
Number one. So you have 1 minute to get this ready.
For the first part and the third part, choose only one question.
Okay.
And second part, try to cover all.
I have 1 minute to get ready.
So, B.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so the first question in part one is, do you enjoy sports or physical activity in school? And personally, I quite enjoy indulging in sports in my school. We have physical education lessons every other week, and it contains the warm-up and the playing of ball games such as basketball, football, all of which I enjoy and participate in. Part two is describing a sport or physical activity I enjoy. And physical activities that I particularly enjoy is lifting weights, and I have started doing it this summer, I believe in July. And usually I just go to the gym and pick up the weights that I'm supposed to lift, and I train my whole body with an emphasis on my lower part. And I practice it every week around 2 to 3 times, depending on how busy I am. And the benefits of it to my health is probably the strength I have gained. It has also positively impacted my general health and my immunity to diseases. And I have also noticed that it affected my mood and also my academic performance, since I feel that I have more energy, that I have more motivation to go around my day. And I believe that it should be more incorporated in the school curriculum as well, since the school curriculum only includes light warm-ups and more athletic games. I believe that practicing those weights would be very beneficial for students as it builds core strength and muscle strength, which is all very useful as people grow older. And that's why I believe that it is very important for us to turn more into physically demanding sports. And part 3 is I have chosen why do some students lose motivation for sports as they grow older. And in my personal practice, like with my parents and siblings, is that they just simply don't have enough time to indulge in their favorite sport and engage with it. And because as they go to universities, their studies are more demanding, and as they progress older in their lives, they pick up a job and probably have other extracurriculars or family obligations. That is why many of them kind of abandon gym or their favorite sports like football or basketball. I believe the main reason is insufficient time in their life.
Okay. Thank you. Shall we do that? Yeah. So,
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Please come. Take the card.
I understand it. I understand.
Yeah, so please, first of all, take the card. Then stand over there and tell your name, last name, and card number.
My full name is Adrimas Zdykov.
This is the card.
My card is second card.
So, second card.
Yes.
Okay.
You have 1 minute to get ready. You can choose one question from class 1 and 3. Try to cover the second part of the program. Choose.
I can choose one question from one card.
Yes.
Okay.
Ready?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so one more questions. First question is, what types of technologies do you most commonly use for learning? So, right now I'm currently a high school student. I'm in 11th grade, and we use a lot of technologies. However, the main technologies that I use is online courses. And over there, I encourage myself with some kind of rewards that are basically not teachers, but many recordings. And I learned through these recordings, and also I take some practice tests. And what encourages me is that after each practice test, they give us some points, and with that points we can buy headphones and different kind of stuff. And yeah, that's the answer for the first question. The second question is, describe a digital tool or technology that change the way you learn English. Well, I think that this tool would be, or this technology would be ChatGPT. It's an online app, AI assistant, and I use it very often, like I believe even like 3 or 4 times a day, because when I don't, when I'm a bit lazy to Google some kind of information and check if it's true, I just search it up on ChatGPT and tell him, can you please check this information for me, and can you actually say if it's true or not. And however, there are many limitations. For example, you have to buy a plus version for about $20 per month, and in order for it to work properly. And also another disadvantage is that it sometimes could be wrong. Well, ChatGPT is still learning from humans, and it still relies on the information that is in the internet. So, however, we all know that the information on the internet could be not true, could be false. I don't really think that this technology can fully replace teachers. Well, because teachers are masters at their work and they know which information is true and which is false. However, ChatGPT is learning. So another factor is emotions. Because ChatGPT is a tool, he's an AI assistant, he doesn't really understand human emotions. However, when a person feels a bit down and he doesn't want to do anything, teacher can encourage him to do work. He can actually spend some time resting with student and give him some kind of treat, so student would feel better. However, ChatGPT doesn't understand this situation. And yeah, I think that's why I don't really believe that ChatGPT can replace teachers or anything in the future. And the third, analytical discussion. What makes technology helpful for language learning, and when does it become a distraction? Well, I think the main advantage of technology is that you can learn for free. You can search some kind of lessons on YouTube or many different websites, and they're completely free because creators earn money from the monetization. And that's why it's beneficial for content creators and also students as well. However, I think that it could be a distraction whenever a person uses technology, like their phones where they book lessons for texting. For example, I had a situation when I was learning and preparing for my SAT exam, and even though I made a goal that I would study for about 2 hours without stop. However, I lasted only for 30 minutes because I got a notification on my phone, which was from my friend, and he told me whether I want to go to computer club or not. And I was so distracted, I started messaging him, and I spent about 4 or 5 hours just texting and talking with him through a phone. And that's why I believe that it could be a distraction.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
So, please, for me. Muka belajar? Musa belajar. Kasih
Yeah.
Sir, please, take a card. What's the number?
Speaking part 1.
What?
Yes.
Number
Words
1.
and help.
Okay,
You have 1 minute to get ready. from part one, choose only one question. And try to cover the second part, the whole issues. And for part three, also choose one specifically. Speak over the video specifically and do the recording. And we have a very
Okay, please.
Yes, sir.
So to start with part two, right? Or why not questions, right? Do you enjoy sports or physical activities at school? Yeah, I do enjoy sports because I think it helps you to get more energized and refresh your mind before getting, for example, other heavy subjects like math, chemistry, physics. And it helps you to also keep fit because I think it is an essential skill. Also, physical activity at school help you to get more well-rounded because some kids are more concentrated on studying than physical activities, and because of this, physical education allows us to be more well-rounded, I can say. How often do students in your school have physical education classes? Okay. Describe a sport or physical activity you enjoy and explain its role in students' life. Well, the physical activity I enjoy is swimming. I was swimming since my childhood because I lived in a small town near Lake Balfish. Because of this, I spent all of my time as a kid near the lake, and I had no choice but to learn swimming. This activity really helps me to refresh my mind, but I do not do it pretty often right now because we don't have any type of lakes, and even though we have a little opportunities to this activity, I do not enjoy them as much as in my hometown. The benefits it brings, it brings much benefit to health because swimming is an activity that takes all of the parts of your body, like helps you to keep fit and also do not overwhelm you with physical activity. But at the same time, I can say that it has a giant influence on school performance because even though it allows you to refresh your mind sometimes, it does not directly influence my academic achievements and performance. I heard about the government's project about implementing swimming as a physical education programs in school. I think it can be beneficial because swimming is an essential skill and can save your life or the life of your close ones. But I don't think that it should be compulsory. I think students should pick by themselves whether they will swim or not. And my personal conclusion is that swimming is an activity that I've learned as a kid, and it allows me to refresh my mind and also keep fit. It can save my life sometimes, and I remember helping others swim as well. I think it can influence other people beneficially, but at the same time, it shouldn't be compulsory at school. Analytical discussions. Why do some students lose motivation for sports as they grow older? I think that is because of the system that we have in our society, because the older you get, the more pressure in academics and work you have, and because of this, we are not always having enough time to spend it while doing physical activities. However, I think that the other factor is that for some kids, sport is a compulsory since childhood, and maybe they burn out because of the often pressure that they have to go through. For example, I have one friend from my school who was a special volleyballist, and she was getting into different tournaments, but she burned out because it took too much time, and she didn't show much of academic performance when she needed to.
Okay, that's enough. Thank you. So you may go. Goodbye. Yes, goodbye. Thank you. Excuse me. Let's see. So, we can have a please. Number 8 minutes.
You have 1 minute to get ready. Choose only one question from part 1 and from part 3. The second part should cover all 3 options.
I have to choose one of them.
1 question from part 1, 1 question from part 3.
And 2 from
I mean, you should cover all. But
But
do not read each question and do not answer, just flow smoothly, okay? We can start a bit from there.
Ready? First question, do students in your region listen mostly to local or global music? I think they prefer more global music because I prefer more global music, and it helps me to improve my English skills and my listening skills, and I like to listen more from other countries, music stars, and I prefer different types of music, and so do my friends and my brothers, sisters. I don't know a person my age that loves music from their own country, I guess. And I prefer mostly rap music, and I like rap musicians. And why I prefer them, it's because it makes me feel more confident, and I just love them. I listen to English songs or Spanish or French songs more than others, and the music I listen to is really helpful for me. For my listening and my pronunciation, I listen to it every day, so my English could get better. And that's all. And the second question is, why are songs easier to remember than other learning material? I think it's better because you listen to the stuff you want to listen, and you like to listen, and it helps you improve your mind better, and you get used to it, and as more as you listen to it, you understand more words and more vocabulary, and you know how to pronounce better the words. That's all. Okay. Go. Так, сынып. Василий сынып, да? Бауыржанов, да? Соответственно.
You have 1 minute to get ready. Try to answer only one question from the part 1. Cover all the options from part 2. And from part 3, follow the discussion, only one question.
Can we start?
Should I read the question?
No. Okay. Don't read any questions. Please answer.
So nowadays in Kazakhstan, Kazakh teenagers tend to have many hobbies and interests, which makes it quite hard to specify the exact profession that is attractive or trendy among teenagers. However, I've noticed a pattern where mostly Kazakh girls, teenage girls, tend to choose professions that are related to history or politics, mainly international relations, international business, or politics. While boys, teenage boys, tend to choose professions that are related to computer science, mostly cybersecurity or computer science, because well, at least in my environment, my friends, they usually choose to study computer science, or they choose to do jobs that are related with this field. And it's mainly a characteristic of boys. And the girls tend to choose subjects that are related with languages or history. No, at least this is a pattern that I've noticed. And if speaking about myself, I'm also a girl who chose to go to international relations and do politics and language learning in my life, mainly.
Okay, fine.
So the profession that I would like to pursue in the future, a career path that I would like to choose, is international relations. So first of all, international relations is a profession that requires a huge set of skills, mainly communication, soft skills, and empathy, and I would say advanced linguistic skills, because this job requires communication with people and diplomacy, and also empathy, because in international relations it's really important to build and connect with people from different nations, and in order to pursue this career, a person has to be exceptionally adept at emotional intelligence. Also, in this profession, it's really important to know the international, the worldwide language English, because mostly in conferences or while, I would say, getting a better qualification, it's really important to learn English and to know English. And I would say that in Kazakhstan also, to pursue a career in professional international relations, it's really important to know English because the only universities that provide with this degree, they also teach in English. For example, the Life University and NMU and Coventry University. About the challenges of this field, I would say that international relations is a profession that requires advanced academic English because it is not allowed to use slangs or daily words while speaking with people in this field, communicating with them. So it's really important to be adept at English and have no parasite words, use no slang in your speech. I would say that there are not many alternatives in international relations for people who cannot speak English or who have low English proficiency because it can be impossible for them to, I would say, grow in this career. But if this person knows Chinese, Arabic, or other international languages, they can maybe be an alternative for English. But I don't think this person could be able to replace someone who knows English. In conclusion, I believe that international relations is a profession and a career that requires a person to be exceptionally emotionally intelligent and diplomatic, while also requiring to be absolutely advanced in academic English and proficient and have a set of skills that will allow this person to have successful communication and conversation with people.
Okay, last part.
In my opinion, English is considered the most important, the most significant skill when it comes to career path, when it comes to studying, mainly because English is, I would say, the only language in the world that can open this many opportunities, because a person who knows English is able to study in any country without learning their local language. And moreover, a person who speaks English probably will have more career options because it will allow him to travel across the world, to exchange experiences with other people from different nationalities, nations. And for instance, I would say in computer science, it is really important to know and speak English because many languages in programming, for instance, they use English words. So it would be easier for a person who knows English to understand it. And it also applies for many other professions because many, I would say, the terminology of many sciences or many professions usually come from English, or there is much more information to learn from when it comes to knowing English.
Okay, is it? Thank you. What's your name? So please take a card number 8. Music and language. So please. Stand over there.
We have 1 minute to get ready. And one question is enough for part 1 and part 2. And for part 2, try to cover all of them, but do it like smoothly, follow.
Okay. Would you like to start? Okay, yes.
Question answer, very well. How often do you hear English in music and just before? I can say that I hear it pretty often for the reason that most of the teenagers listen to this kind of music from the famous artists and singers from America or Europe. So I guess that English is one of the most popular language in music. So I guess it's different from, for example, Russian or Kazakh music because most of the teenagers can find themselves in these lyrics that, for example, young singers make. So I guess it's pretty popular in thinking. Part two. I'm a big fan of music, especially pop genre. The usual things that girls my age listen to. I prefer some artists that are my age. And I really love English songs because it helped me a lot when I was preparing for my art exam. Because there was a lot of exams in them and also pronunciation. It helps to remember the way native speaker talk. I guess that it is important to listen to music of English that you are learning because it's one of the best ways to connect with this culture because you cannot dive completely in this culture if you're not part of it. Maybe limitation about learning language from music is that there are a lot of slang words that you cannot usually use in formal tasks or something like this. So, but overall, I guess that music is one of the best ways to find something. Part 3. Why are songs easier to remember than other languages? I guess the main and the first reason is that they have this melody that you can just hear and from one note you will learn and will be on your mind every day. And then after you starting to repeat these songs, you will learn words and maybe recognize them when you will be in exam. For example, this happens with me yesterday when I was writing an essay, so I found a great example for it from the songs that I listened to.
Here you go. Okay. So,
Arun was a person. Mesela this thing, right? Here, this thing over here, this thing. So first up, we have 1 minute to get ready. For part 1 and part 3, choose only 1 question, please, for each. Part 1 is speech. And part 2, that's one turn to discuss all the portions.
I think I'm ready.
Ready?
So part 1 is the first question. Have you already chosen a future profession or are you still exploring options? If we compare to the past, the for example, 9th or 10th grade, I used to explore a lot of options, like computer science or some data science type of profession that will provide me a bright future. But however, I decided to move on with business. First, I was deciding between administration and management options, but as soon as I spoke up with some professionals and students nearby, I have concluded that administration will be the best option for me. Because in the future it will provide a better career ladder and overall more and more options that will provide me excellent or an excellent job or working in industrial companies. Describe a profession you would like to choose and explain why English is important for it. What skills this profession requires, how English supports the skills, challenges of using English in this field, alternatives if English proficiency is low, finishes are complete. So let's take as an example my profession is something connected with business administration, and this kind of profession requires a lot of English. First of all, you need to master it in order to have a meetings, because we will have a lot of opportunities for our future to meet with other businessmen, other entrepreneurs, and in order to keep the conversational project going on, you must master those English skills and speak fluently to present yourself more accurately. But if you take it on other professions, maybe coding, computer science, it still requires English proficiency because the overall writing code is based on English, and English is generally a worldwide language that uses it for almost all countries. And part 3, analytical discussion. Is English more important than other global skills? For example, coding compared to the roles. Okay, if you compare English with coding skills, then I don't think that it's more important or imperative than coding. Because if you take our world or current state, then most of our challenges comes from an evolution comes from technology. Technology provides a better future, a better sustainability for all countries out there. And I don't think that English will be more important and crucial than coding, because it's just a language skill, and every people must have it in their own basis. But for coding, it may be difficult and challenging to master it, and it will also require more workers and employees in the future. Alright.
Yeah, here you go. Goodbye. Come. Don't get it. Come. Okay, take a card, please. Take a card. Abishima, Karina. Abishima, Karina. Card number? Card number. Ten? 4, is that? 4, right? Okay. Stand, very good. Okay, don't be afraid, okay? Be calm. So, you have to answer only to one question from part 1. Yes, from part 1. And one question from part 3.
No, part 2.
No, just listen to me, okay? Then as for part 2, you have to answer all of these questions. Clear? You have to answer all the questions.
Could you repeat?
Okay. So, part 1 is just only one question and answer.
Choose.
Yes, choose any question, okay? From part 2, please cover all these questions, all these options.
No.
Okay, as for part three, please choose again one question and say in details.
Can I get a pen?
No, you should be done orally. Orally.
You have 1 minute to get ready.
Clear?
For all of us.
Ready? Karina, you should start.
First question, first one.
Yes. Don't read the question, just start.
Um, in my experience, I haven't seen many people who read any book in English in my school or grade. They're much more interested in Russian classics. Like, for example, the Tolstoy writer. Personally, the books in language such as English or any foreign ones are much more interesting to me. I prefer reading them instead of any other ones. The reason for that being, they're much more enjoyable in my opinion. And it gives you an opportunity to not only view something from one point of view, but from different cultures, their histories, their country.
Part two.
Would it be a timer for part two? No, 2 minutes. Okay. A book or short story I've read very recently is called You Took My Heart, I Was Sleeping. It's about a boy who unintentionally lost his best friend. They could not find a reconciliating point due to how complicated their friendship was. They went through a lot, and this story had a very good lesson to teach people. It contained mostly English, but some quotations were in different languages such as Turkish. I think the most valuable thing I learned from it was that friendships and relationships between people in general are just too important to lose. This special part of fiction that I've read, I am 100% sure that it is able to polish someone's
communication skills or maybe even speaking skills. That the reason for that, in my opinion, the reason for that I'd say is that people often read out loud, not always quietly, and that way they just unintentionally practice. That's one of the that is one of the important parts of why fiction is such a contributing thing to people in general.
Okay, fantastic. Only one question.
Okay. The first question, that could be due to how different people in different regions are. Some went through, for example, wars, different ones that their grandparents or their relatives told them about, and maybe that just changed how they see things, and maybe it's a little harder for them to acknowledge what is written there. If, for example, it's written by a person from another country that is really positive in contrast to theirs. An alternative solution for this, I think, could be to just maybe acquire some foreign friends or even just acquaintances that could change how you see things as well. Just because friends do that, every single person around you just changes you in a certain way. And that's it.
What's your name? Cell number? Seven. So
You can stay over there and have 1 minute to get ready. From part 1 and 3, you can choose only one questions for each. And the second part, you should cover all the options. Okay, you have 1 minute to get ready. Just go away. While answering, you don't have to read all the questions. Just flow smoothly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Should I put one just answer to the question?
One question. One question is enough. Yeah, always.
How do you usually prepare for competition in school? To be honest, when at school there are classes on competitions, I don't usually participate in it because I'm honestly don't find it really interesting. But this time, as my last year in school, I feel that I should just participate in some competitions like this one. And for this one competition, I prepared as usual. Let's have some repeating, making some flashcards or just writing some essays that on like random topics. I think it's really helpful because in some competitions there might be some unpredictable topics that you cannot even like talk about. So it's important in your like most time, and I think it's really important and essential for your Excel resource and for discussion in these competitions.
Thank you. Let's move to the second part.
Describe condition and possibilities that help you grow personally. How I should answer this.
Just comment on this.
What I tell you about communication?
Not in the questions.
Don't speak. With the competition, so in the competition you can meet different people from I think different nations, and I think it's really important for your horizons. It expands your horizons as well, and it's not only improving your external skills, it's also developing your let's say imagination of your of people and how to talk with them and just be open with them. Yeah, I think it's really important for your personality. And what about my confidence? I would say that I'm that confident person that can openly just say about my thoughts and something like that. But I'm learning, and I think it's important for my teenage years. And I think it's really beautiful because no matter how hard it is for a personality and how introverted you are, but it actually helps you to your future and to your future and grow your personality and say be more communicative. Some difficulties that I went through, I would say that it's some difficulty that I had while learning because honestly I really forget things easily, and that's really difficult for me. It's really complicated when you are learning something, and in next minute you just can forget it, which is really hard, especially when you are participating in some competitions. And even at school, it can be really hard for you to be open because some people, like teachers or your even classmates, cannot understand you well. So, but now I can be more confident because I met some people in my class, and they will be like really friendly with me and really kind. So I find it really good and some way to be more more good person.
So let's move to the part 3 question.
What are some students you are looking for competition things? Actually, I really can relate to this question because, as I say, I'm not really confident person, and it actually happens to me a lot when I give up, like not even trying something, and it really says a lot about my personality that I'm really introverted. But actually, I can answer to it like when you can even begin something because just thinking that it can be really scary. It can be not in your level. That's why you can be that conscious about your some personality and thoughts and even your brain that it can be not be like that like everyone's. So I think it's really important to have some people around you to be to support you and to be just next to you, so you can feel the support. And for these people that are suffering from this kind of sufferings, I would say that
it's really important, but because it's everyone is thinking about themselves, and everyone is thinking about their mistakes, and it's really important to just get through it, because no matter how you are, can be mistaken, because no one will be care about it.
May I come in?
What is your name?
My name is Farhad. My children is so. Can I take a chair?
Yes. Please take a note. What number?
Five.
Then put the chair over there, close to the wall.
All right.
Okay. So you have 1 minute to get ready. For part one, you can choose only one question, that's a warm-up question. Part two, cover all options or points. Part three, only one question will be enough. It's 1 minute to get ready.
I have a question, sorry. So I will talk about part one first, and then you will tell me talk about part two, and then, or will you interrupt me, or should I?
No, without interruption.
All three parts.
You don't have to read all the questions while answering. When you start answering, then you look at the question.
But between parts, can I do it? Like first part, I have answered the question, then can I quickly read the part two question, and then solve problems? So I have chosen the question two in part one. It is, do schools in your region provide career guidance in English? So I'm starting. In my country, most of the time, schools do not provide this opportunity for children and for any young individuals. But in some schools, especially international ones, students are often provided with such an opportunity. For example, I study in IB school, Miras International School Astana, and I have such an opportunity. My career counselor speaks only in English, and that's why I also have to learn English. And they provide career guidance in English because they want us to study abroad in the future and to study in foreign countries, and then bring this experience from those countries to our one. And I think career guidance in English is pretty much important, because if career guidance is provided only in Russian or Kazakh, then it will be very complicated for children or any other people to actually live abroad in the future than to have experience in actually talking in English. And I think such an academical and official kind of speaking in English is very important for children with their career counselors and career guidance, like in a whole. But as a person who is from a rural area, I was born in a quite a unknown village. I can say that it is very hard to get into such schools, and that's why I think government should really think of implementing this idea of providing students with career guidance in English mostly. Because many people in Kazakhstan want to study abroad, and we have many young individuals who are high achievers, right? And that's why I think this would be a good idea. Alright, so I should start now. Right?
Yeah, please.
Alright, sorry. The professions that I want to choose in the future is definitely economist. Like my major will be economist, but the profession itself will be probably an accountant or human resource manager, because in my new school where I study right now, we study economics and business management, and I really want to explore further the topics that we study, that we cover in school, and want to implement those skills and this knowledge that I have acquired in school into my own life, and try to develop new kind of ideas and maybe inventions in this country, because this country needs development in the area of economics and business. Because as we see, small businesses are kind of in a very hard situation in this country, because it's very hard for them to actually grow and to flourish. But I think with the improvement of human resource management industry, like sphere in this country, it will be much better for absolutely everyone, for small businesses, for big businesses, I would say even for regular people. And English is actually very important in this field, because I have to communicate with other people, with people from other countries, even from this country who just migrated to Kazakhstan. And I think English is actually going to be a language that will be worldly spoken, and that's why I think English is very crucial for this country. We have to promote the idea of studying this language, and in my future profession, this language will for sure be very significant. But if the English proficiency is low among people, I think they should for sure speak in their own language, in Kazakh language, because there are so many people in Kazakhstan who speak only in Kazakh, not in Russian or any other language, and that's why they have to be provided with their kind of service as well, and that's why speaking in Kazakh and then translating to English or to any other language is also going to be a good idea. But also, we shouldn't leave behind the Russian language, because most of the country actually knows Russian, and I think about 70 or 80% of this country mostly speaks Russian rather than Kazakh. And I think knowing at least two languages, Russian and Kazakh, is for now it's enough, but in future we definitely should promote the idea of English learning. And but actually using English can be quite challenging in economics and human resource management, because many people just are quite old, to be honest, and that's why it's very hard for them to learn a new language and to learn these patterns in there. And I think it will be very hard for them to focus on studying rather than focus on actually working. And that's why it will be quite challenging, but still, if they somehow learn it, it will be very beneficial for everyone. So when all is said and done, I think in my future profession, which is human resource manager or accountant, English is very important. And actually English is important everywhere, and the sphere that I'm choosing is actually very important as well.
Okay, let's move to the class 3. One question.
So I will choose the first question: why do employers value English for some professions more than others? And I think there are many professions that don't require English at all, and that's why in this kind of industries or professions, employers don't need their employees to actually know English at all. So that's why they can just talk in English or talk in Russian or Kazakh, and it will be enough for them. For example, in manufacturing, regular casual work, employees laborers do not need to know any kind of foreign language, and all they need to do is just to work and produce the items that the company is producing, and that's why. But if on the other hand, many professions actually require English. For example, teachers, like you are teachers and you should know English, I think, because communicating with people who are internationals is quite important. But let's talk about international schools. In there, teachers are actually speaking only in English most of the time, and that's why it is very important for them to know this language, because the percentage of international students is pretty high there, and that's why they have to provide everyone with their service of teaching.
Okay, yes, we go.
But it didn't require English, right?
Well, we did.
Thank you.
Let's see. What number? Number. What is the number you got? 4. 4.
And now you have 1 minute to prepare. For all the options, I will do the share of paper, and you have to pass there. Part 1, you choose only 1 question. Part 2, you should hold all the options. Part 3, also only 1 question. We have 1 minute.
Are you ready? You should start.
So my first question is, do you prefer printed books or e-books and why? For a long time, I'm quite fond of reading, and for a long time I was interested in printed books because I thought that it had the atmosphere of reading it, like going through pages, and from social media, like I felt it was more aesthetic. Then I got myself an ebook called Kindle. I ordered it, and it was such a finding for me because I could download books for free when books in English are usually way more expensive than Russian books, which was a problem for me. But now for ebooks, it's quite cheap. You can just download a subscription or download them freely, and it's very light. Just one device you can have 10,000 books, and it's very convenient because it's light. It doesn't take too much space if you're taking it in the bag or to travel somewhere. So in part 2, describe a book or short story read in English that influenced your thinking. So this book was Shatter Me, which was a dystrophic book. It was the first English book I've ever read, and at that time my English was not that good as now. So this book is about a catastrophic time. It was just
fantasy where people were locked up and they weren't as free as they could, and they had magic. And language challenges because of the fantasy. Fantasy is usually more complex because they have new terms or they have really complicated names which make me look up translators of words, and that's how I started to learn English way more confidently. It was way more easier because this concrete word would come up 2 or 3 times, so it made me memorize it. And reading fiction helps improve real communication skills. I completely agree with that because since I started reading books, I started talking pretty much better than I did before, especially in English. It just boosted my vocabulary and it changed how I saw English. Right now, I cannot read the book in Russian or Kazakh because I'm more close to English language. I think that I even know English better than I do Kazakh or Russian because I feel like it sounds way more pretty and beautiful, let's say. And in part 3, I chose first, why do some readers find foreign literature difficult when the grammar is not complex? Foreign literature is always a bit more complex if you're not fluent or proficient in this language itself because it's not the mother tongue you have, or if you're not fluent, it will be confusing because grammar also differs from languages. And Kazakh and Russian languages are pretty much close to each other by the meanings, but English or any other languages, English is very different from Kazakh, I would say. So I think people wouldn't understand how the sentence is structured and how to understand it. So,
Okay, thank you. Can you go? Нет? Так. Желтая, да? Желтая. Желтая. Давай. Давай же. Желтая. Ладно, мы успеем так, но это не подождите. А лучше, если не желтая. Так, как много? Okay, right. So you have 1 minute to get ready. One question is enough for part 1. One question is enough for part 3. But part 2, you have to say about all these options. Okay, clear? Yes. So you may just sit down or you may stand up. It's up to you. Alright? I'm ready. Yes, please.
So, part one questions. Have you ever participated in any environmental projects at school? Yes, I did several times, but the most memorable one for me was in ninth grade when me and my classmates met up during summer break to come to school and collect all the trash around the schoolyard. It was a project that was curated by our class teacher, and we collected about 2 big bags of trash during that day. Part two, describe an environmental problem in your region and propose possible solutions. What the problem is, what caused it, how it affects the community, and your solution to possible obstacles. I think one of the most common environmental problems in our country and in our city is the shrinking of water bodies. For example, the Alder River here in Astana that is being affected by constructions around it right now. There's a lot of buildings being built in this area, and it affects the water because there's a lot of toxic emissions there, and the construction site needs water to the buildings. So it is a pretty severe problem right now, in my opinion, and it have several effects to our citizens because this water body was a home for many animals, such as birds, many sea creatures, and seaweed. It's quite disturbing to lose such ecosystems to just build our homes on. My solution to this problem is, I guess, to build new buildings, new homes, and malls a little bit to the side and not disturb the local ecosystem, because it is something we should admire as citizens of Astana, and we should be proud of and not destroy it for just everyday needs. To summarize, I think we should really mind our nature a lot more. I think we don't do it enough as the people, as the government. We should probably start thinking about our environment before making such decisions. Part three, analytical discussion. Large environmental campaign success in some schools, but fail in others. I think all the success of an environmental campaign, as well as any campaigns in schools, depend mostly on school officials, the headmasters, and the teachers, because they are the ones to call the students to carry such projects and to actually raise awareness of the problems among the students, among the youngers especially. So I think the success depends on whether or not the teachers are capable of running such campaigns, if they are capable of passing such ideologies to their students or not. And of course, it depends on the students themselves, because as students, we are also supposed to be more active on such spaces and be more willing to, I guess, just protect our environment and be more aware of it. So I feel like it's the people who matter the most.
in such campaigns. Okay. What is the number?
Number 9.
I have it.
Yes.
You will take. You have 1 minute to prepare for all these questions, but for part 1 and part 3, you can choose only 1 question. Second part will be answered.
1 minute for all 3 parts.
No. You should start.
Okay. So for part 1, I chose the first question. And indeed, I have spoken to foreign tourists in English language. It doesn't happen very often because I don't get to meet foreign people over here from Afghanistan. But I remember during the World Nomad Games in September of last year, September of this year, I think. During the World Nomad Games, there were like lots of tourists from all different countries, from Georgia, from France, I remember, from Azerbaijan, and I got to speak to a few of them on the bus while I was going to the school. And overall, I really enjoy talking to tourists and asking them different questions about their culture, about how they're enjoying our culture. And I think it's a great experience for me and for expanding my worldview. And it's just a pleasure to get to know some of them from a different background. Apart from tourists, I also have many acquaintances from other countries, like for example from Kosovo, from Lebanon, etc. But however, I do communicate with them only online because I'm limited to that. They've never been to my country. I've never been to theirs. So yeah. Should I move to the question? So if I had to describe a place in Kazakhstan for tourists, of course there are like obvious ones like Burabai or some mountains in Almaty. However, there are many other beautiful places that people don't talk about. For example, my mother is from Torlai, which is in central North Kazakhstan, and I think that place is very beautiful and it encompasses a very rich and part of Kazakh culture, history, because even though it's mostly steppes, there are many different relics of past, there are many different
monuments, statues, and other things that just make you immerse in culture of the past. For example, in Yekadin, there are many structures that have structures which I think were like which might be like burial places from the past of like different butters, etc. And they hold lots of cultural meaning and background. And I also think the place is just very beautiful. They're like normally during the summer, it's all green. They're beautiful hills and valleys from the Windows XP like wallpaper. And I think some people could enjoy that, some tourists. And moving on to part 3, I would like to talk about why do some tourist sites become global while others remain local. In my opinion, the main thing that plays the thing that plays the main role in whether a place becomes like very widely known or not is mostly PR. Because there are some places, like for example, the Eiffel Tower, that people go to just snap a few photos, etc. Because it's become so classic, it's become like everyone is doing it, so maybe I should also do it to show that I'm here or to show that I'm doing something. But I truly believe that whether a place is popular or not doesn't define whether the place is good or not. In fact, actually, most places that are like amazing, they are very niche and like known to not so many people, and that's what makes them interesting. Discovering them is like discovering them feels very rewarding, and when you actually go there, you don't feel like you're one of the mainstream mainstream part of tourism, where you just go to some places just to go there rather than enjoying it and immersing in it.
Thank you. Okay, what is your name?
Yolanda.
Yolanda?
Yes.
Okay, take the card, please. Card number? One. Card number 1. That Iran, yes, Iran.
Yeah.
Okay. So Iran, you have only 1 minute to get ready. One question from part 1 is enough.
Oh, okay.
Part 2, you have to answer to all these questions. Okay? Part 3, also 1 question is enough.
Okay.
So 1 minute to get ready.
Okay. Question number 1. Do you enjoy sports or physical activities at school? From my point of view, I think that I enjoy sports at school. In my school, there are lots of different types of sports, like football, basketball, baseball. our students are, I think, big fans of sports. So there are lots of different classes of doing sports in which my classmates, our students from our school, just take part in these classes, and they like organize these classes and invite other students to take part in them. I also think that there are different physical activities at my school, like physical education lessons. However, in the 11th grade, we won't have this subject anymore from this, from the third and fourth. After the year, because we will have like dances for our graduation. And I think that physical activities are must have in every schools. So because they help for people, students especially, to keep fit, to be healthy, and they like help us to get all worries away, to just like unwind from the main subjects. So they are like very neutral activities. Pardon? I'd like to describe you a sport, a physical activity that I enjoy. It will be just going to gym, because I don't do any sport, especially now, because I don't have any time to do sport, so I just go to the gym. I prefer going to the gym. I started doing this from, I think, this summer. I go to the gym once a week. There are also benefits to my health. It helps me to keep fit, to be healthy, to maybe escape any illnesses. I think that if you don't have enough time for doing sport, you just may go to the gym or do sports at home or online. In my opinion, it's very important nowadays, especially because we have so many illnesses, we have a lack of vitamins, so it's very essential to join this category of sports, or maybe physical activities are also considered. So, from my point of view, I will do sport also in the foreseeable future, and I will keep doing different physical activities just to stay healthy, and maybe to, any physical activity helps to perk you up and to anyways to stay healthy. Then I move to part 3. Okay.
One question. Yeah.
Why do some students lose motivation for sports as they grow older? I think that some students lose their motivation for sports as they grow older because of because when they are grown up, they have, of course, a lot of time. They have to go to their work. They have to make a family, to have children, and they just when you at school and when you are a student, I think you have more time and you have more motivation because many schools provide this motivation for students, and they and nowadays it is like a trend to do some sport, to do sports, to or do just physical activities.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Guys, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, what's your name?
My name is Mati.
Madi? Madi, Madi. Madi, please take card number.
I don't really know.
Card number, please.
5.
5.
So we have 1 minute to prepare. For the part 1 and part 3, you can choose only one question on each. But the second part, you should skip all the options. 1 minute to get.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about my future career path and opted to, but I'm not I haven't made a clear decision yet. But my interests have been kind of diversified over the course of years. So I would say that technical domains are appeal to me most among other professions. Some why kind of attracts because it kind of attracts many young individuals from Kazakhstan as well, and I would say it provides some more it has more career opportunities and it's more versatile compared to other professions. So yeah, I would say that we stick to engineering. So yeah. Describe a profession you would like to choose and explain why English is important for it. Yeah, since I had ambitions to study abroad, I've been learning English since my childhood, and I would say it's pretty essential to kind of set a clear communication with my. If I'm trying to work in corporate environment, English would be needed. Yeah, and this profession, requires top-tier skills such as communication, and English is a great tool to build healthy relationship with my colleagues, and an individual might actually stumble upon some obstacles in such environments because since most corporate companies have international stuff, they might actually face some challenges in terms of language since they have most diversified backgrounds. And there are some alternatives that I can provide. They might actually have some international communities, which makes the overall communication a bit easier and more interactive. So yeah, to sum up, I would say that communication is mostly relying on language skills and as well as communicational skills. So I would say it's better to prioritize learning language over the professional side. Okay. Yeah. So.
One question.
Yeah, why do employers value English for some professions more than others? As I said previously, companies mostly prioritize English skills because they might actually have some challenges when they're trying to communicate with their workers. So most of the professions, including technical domains, mostly domain require some language skills because it's essential for communication between the overall staff. So yeah, I would say that most of the corporate environments mostly see value in English.
Thank you. Nico? This is good.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. What is your name? Yolanda?
Fourth question.
Yolanda. Card number?
Number 4.
4. Hello. Hello, you have only 1 minute to get ready.
Okay.
You have to answer only to one question from part 1. From part 2, please answer to all these options. And from part 3, one question is also enough.
Also with part 2, all questions.
Yes, all options should be touched. Okay?
Yes, I am.
One question from part 1.
I like it. How do you prefer printed books or e-books and why? I do prefer printed books more than e-books because, first of all, printed books is it's like some kind of aesthetic and some kind of another vibe when you like got a book than an e-book when you have to open your phone and wait until your phone charges or laptop. So your like eyes can tire of more than printed books.
Yes, thank you.
What it was about. So my book was a book about one person. It was in 2000 years. It was about one person that works in a police station as a blood spatter analysis. But he has two. He has a double life. In the first life, he's a blood spatter analyst in a police department in a Miami Metro homicide. And his second life, he's secretly serial killer. What language challenges we continue? It doesn't have many challenges for me because it was in English and my English is not bad for this book I chose. So I didn't have many challenges. What you learned from it? I didn't learn a lot of that book, but I learned one thing: how to stay calm in a very pressure moments. How to be very calm under pressure. Just as I said before, and just another book. Like people recommended it with my friend, and he told me, you have to read it so we could discuss it with you. I was like, okay, I don't think that it's going to take enough. Whether reading fiction helps improve real communication skills. I think, yeah, fiction really helps. I think books in general helps in communication skills because with reading books and science fiction books, you improve and your vocabulary. It's always going to be more and more new words in some kind of very not common, very rare and very smart words. So I think that it's very helpful. Conclude with your opinion. This book was very interesting. It has 8 parts, 8 tomes. I read all of them, even though it took very long time. It was magnificent books. So I really recommend for you if you like thriller and drama.
Okay, let's do this.
Why do some readers find foreign literature difficult even when the grammar is not complex? I think the main trouble is that readers does not like to read and just isn't in reading at all. Like, for me, I do like reading, but not as a person who reads like 20 books in a few months. I like to read books smoothly and with a lot of time, so I could really enjoy it, not just for the fast. So I think that the main trouble is in person, not the grammar or vocabulary of person.
Okay, so, bye go. Bye.
Do we need a pencil?
No. Mukabal da? Mukabal kızları. Mukabal. Kart number?
Number?
Hayır. Kart.
Oh. Should I read it out?
No. What is the number of your card? Number 1, 2, 3, what? 9.
Aria, you have 1 minute for preparation. And you see 3 parts on your sheet of paper. And you can choose only one question for part 1. Part 2, you should answer the whole questions on them. And for part 3, also one question will be enough. Clear?
Part 2 is one question.
Part 2, you should cover all of them. So you have 1 minute for preparation.
For all of them.
All of them.
Alright. So this card. Так, окей. One question from part 1.
Part 1, first question.
Okay.
Have you ever spoken English to foreign tourists? Yes, I have spoken English to foreign tourists. One example is my friend from different country. He was originally from the United Arab Emirates. We spoke in English to communicate. We were such good friends, and I helped them around the city to be like a guide.
Go to part 2.
Describe a place in Kazakhstan. Do I read it? Okay.
No, please. Don't read.
A place that I would recommend to international tourists that they will visit is the capital city, Astana. It's such a beautiful city. It offers the tourists many benefits that can help them have a great time. The first thing is cultural facts, because Kazakhs are very prideful and honest people. Knowing their culture will make them very happy. For example, you should know about their cultural foods like bishbamak, and wear their traditional clothes like burqat or like owl's feathers.
And the possible misunderstanding tourists may face is that when learning a few basic words in Kazakh, they may sometimes pronounce the words wrong because in Kazakh alphabet there are quite hard words to pronounce. And can I speak this third question? I think tourism should promote local uniqueness since every nation has its own unique traditions, cultures. When promoting local uniqueness, you can also have like economical prosperity and have your nations name known to the other countries. That will help our country in developing diplomatic and economical ways. In conclusion, I would say that Kazakhstan is an ethereal country and we are very welcoming to the tourists and its hospitality to the tourists are kind of unique. I think that tourism communication should encourage simplified English compared to the cultural rich English because firstly, a person should know their own mother tongue well, and the English could come second. Just having enough to communicate with the other person should be enough because culturally rich person maybe for translator that's won't be enough. But simplified English is good for common people like us when traveling the world and having to discuss with other people.
Okay, right? Oh, Aida. Here we go. Yes. Okay, so what is your name? Madina. Ismail.
Yeah.
Okay,
No.
Ismail.
Муди.
Madid is your name,
Yeah,
Ismail is your last name,
Yes.
right? Okay, please take a card. Account number?
3.
Number 3, yes, number 3. Okay. Madid, you have only 1 minute to prepare. Then, please answer only to one question from part 1. From part 2, please touch all these options. And from part 3, only one question.
Okay.
Clear? So you can make a seat or maybe.
Yeah, I'm ready. So, do schools in Kazakhstan do enough to promote eco-awareness? Well, I guess, yeah, I can give an example. My school, 56 Lyceum that I studied, we have like a school project that is more related to eco-awareness. They put it bins and there's like they put the paper in the paper bin and so it's like sorted out. And I guess it's a very big project, especially in the school. And have you participated in any environmental projects at school? Yes, I did. I guess it was in May. So we had our guests from Korea and the United States, and they planted some, I guess, apple trees. Yeah, and it promoted, like in our school territory, to plant more trees. And I participated as a translator there. So, describe an environmental problem in your region and propose possible solutions. So the problem I saw near Astana is the illegal trash polygons, I guess. They create a massive territory with just trash in it, and as I said, it's illegal, and no one will sort it out, and it will just stay there, and the plastic cannot decay there. And actually, the thing that I want to change in that is make another, like I don't know, city trash polygon, no, more legal. So to make it more easy to sort it out, and yeah, Astana has some problems with the trash, and I would like to say that government should work on that more, and who should carry more responsibility for regional ecology: schools, families, or local government? Well, to be honest, I think families should start, because like government cannot control any people to like stop littering. It should start from just people, and it's like it depends on the, I don't know, the how to say, how the parents ought to children, and how they give an example how to live in a clean city.
Take one more question, please, before speaking.
Okay. Why do environmental campaigns succeed in some schools but fail in others? I guess it starts from the organizer. If he does not proceed in good campaign, he will eventually fail. But if the school wants to be more aware from the trash, they will succeed in that.
So, please, is your name? And just a moment. Safarbai.
Yes.
Safarbai Kadir. Please take a part. What number?
Card 2.
Card number 2?
Yeah.
Card number 2. Так, Kadir, you have only 1 minute to get ready. Please choose only one question from part 1. Then from part 2, you have to touch all these options. And one question from part 3. Clear?
Yes.
So please. Have you already? Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Please. Okay.
Okay, I chose question 3. Have teachers in your school encouraged digital learning and how? Well, I think honestly, my school has been encouraging digital learning since it's an IT-oriented school. One of the first was kind of Kazakhstan, and well, almost all of our school materials, supplies, education, homework is given online and in online format. And for example, I remember in fourth grade we used to use I guess calendar or just a regular notebook to write down our homework assignments and to memorize it and write down dates. Nowadays, all of that is digitized and automatized. I think it's a very good step in it's a big step in the correct direction.
Okay.
Yeah. Part 2, describe a digital tool or technology that changed the way you learn English. I think everyone knows that with the rise of AI, everyone's been using it to learn, study. Obviously, I have been also using it to the best of my ability. When it comes to, I guess, researching stuff in English, I use it a lot. For example, reading some kind of article or research paper that has a lot of scientific terms that I may not understand or might not fully understand even. I head to, I guess, any large language model or AI model to infer about the word or term. It has some advantages, basically almost knowing anything that's on the internet. And it's very quick, it's very useful, and I guess comfortable to use. But obviously, it can't come up with anything new, as that's how AI works. It only knows as much as humans know and release on the internet. Obviously, it can't fully replace teachers since I guess humans need that empathy between each other to be able to study properly. There's a kind of human connection between the pedagogue and the student that's something that AI I don't think will ever be able to replace, no matter how developed it becomes. And well, yeah, I think overall AI has been a very good help to my studies, and although it has its limitations, I think it's definitely going to get better in the future.
Okay. And what's the yes?
I wasn't able to choose a question.
Only one question.
Can digital learning increase education inequalities? In what ways? This is something I actually am pretty familiar with since I developed natural language processing. I'm involved with linguistics technologically, and I know that a lot of, I guess, smaller countries or not mainstream languages don't have the digital presence that they need on the internet, and it might indirectly affect the students that try to study digitally negatively, since they don't have the resources on the internet. For example, the Kazakh language isn't that much digital. It doesn't have that much of a big digital presence as, for example, Spanish or English. Well, yeah, this is a very big inequality when it comes to digital learning. And also, obviously, some countries don't have the resources to be able to afford these digital technologies, like a board, whiteboard, mm, and that's also a big economical factor.
Good. Yes. You will go. Okay, go back. Окей. Вот. Так, по-моему, да? По-моему, да? Card number? 7. 7, right. What's that? Let me see. So, Selena, you have only 1 minute, okay, to be ready. Then please only choose only one question from part 1. From part 2, you should talk about all these options. And from part 3, please choose also one question. It will be enough, okay? So.
I can say choose. You can say choose.
Yeah, certainly.
For part 1, I choose question 2.
Question 2. So are you ready? Can you start one, please? No.
Do you repeat the question or just answer it?
Just answer. Okay, don't read the question.
Okay. I think competitions, especially for the youth and my peers, are quite stressful, but at the same time they're really motivating because, well, I'm in library and competitions right now are extremely important, not only to test my knowledge, but also to create a huge portfolio of all the events I participated in because it's really useful in the university. Plus, it just, I think, motivates you to check your own knowledge because you just want to know what level you are. That's it. The competition I participated in was the English Olympiad, which was the school level. It taught me to be more patient because I think I was quite nervous in that competition and it could have been calmer, so I didn't do my best, but I still wrote it quite well. It affects my confidence really well because I've never won first place in an Olympiad before, and that felt great, that felt amazing. And realizing that I got to participate in something the government created for me is just wonderful that I had these opportunities. And the difficulties was mostly stress. I struggled a lot with it, but right now I'm quite calm, and I think it teaches me to just calm down, just ground myself a little, and that's a great skill in life. Okay. I wouldn't say competition is a better motivator than grades, because grades right now are sadly mostly based on your behavior rather than your knowledge. And the competition, they also test your knowledge, but also how you carry yourself, perhaps. And as a conclusion, I can say that the English Olympiad taught me a lot of personal skills. It taught me to be patient. It taught me to stay calm in stressful situations, which I certainly use.
And questions?
Yes. Question 1. Some students sadly give up before competition begins because mostly they struggle with their mental health and their insecurity, self-love, but well, it's important to believe in yourself. Even though you know maybe you're not the best and you don't have the highest level in the city, it's still a great choice to take part in school because you never know what could be. You never know what outcome will wake up. That's it.
Thank you. Here we go.
Dustin.
Yes. Okay. What is your name?
Amina.
Amina. So name is Murabaya. Okay, please take a card. Card number
10.
card number 10. Wait, so this you can see.
I was wondering, for part 2, can I like, where can I write my notes? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
You have 1 minute for preparation.
For part 1 or for problems? Okay.
And for part 1 and 3, you can just cover 1 question for each.
Oh, for part 3, I can cover only 1 question. Okay.
But the second part should be covered for
And part 1, I can only choose 1. Yeah. So for part 1, I chose question number 2. I don't have to read the question, right? I have to read?
You don't have.
Okay. So one of the most popular AI kind of applications that I know that some of my classmates use is definitely ChatGPT, Gemini, basically all applications that billionaires have founded. This, especially ChatGPT, is very popular and in demand since it can produce texts and essays in a really high quality. So on various kind of topics. So that's why it's very popular among my peers. What else? It can also generate presentations if I'm aware correctly, as well as generate lots of photos and images. Part 2. So some of the ways that AI can support people who are only starting to learn English is definitely helping them cross the bridge of understanding grammar. There's various kind of tenses and rules in grammar, so many foreign language speakers who don't know English kind of have a struggle with that, so AI can help them to kind of cross this border and help them format it in a way that is most comprehensive and understandable. Some of the effects could be positive, which is understanding grammar in a new way. However, there are some negative aspects to it since AI can only do so much. It can only give you the base or foundation of what English is, but like AI you can't really talk to AI like, as a person if you would speak to a person. So my personal stance on AI would definitely have to be it makes learning easier, but it's very hard to not cross the boundaries of using AI instead of learning to just use its own skills to fake it. And part 3, why might AI reduce originality in students' communication? AI has this kind of basically framework where it uses the same framework for any type of subject. It has an introduction, the main part, the conclusion, and it just kind of paraphrases what it wants to say all the time. So if students always
look for AI for new ideas and stuff like that, many students will just start repeating the same kind of formulas that AI gives it, making originality almost non-existent. Since every person can write differently, every person has different ideas and perspectives on stuff. So since everyone's using the same fountain, let's say AI, it kind of limits what people could be thinking at this moment and in this point.
Okay, so thank you. You may go.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Please take a card. So what is your name?
My name is Aja.
Ағылшын Булатова, да? Yeah, certainly. Card number?
9.
Card number 9, да? Number 9. So please, you can take it. Aja, you have only 1 minute to get ready. Okay? Then choose only one question from part 1. Then you should answer all these options from part 2. And only one question from part 3.
Okay.
You can choose any question.
Okay. And I'll have 1 minute to prepare for part 2.
For all these 3 questions. Okay?
Okay. I don't know how to take
No. Okay. You should start.
Last question, have you ever spoken English to foreign tourists? Yes, I have spoken English to foreign tourists when I was in Almaty in this summer. I remember I was walking and exploring a new place for me that calls Jumbo, and I have met a lot of tourists. There were some from China, from Arabia, I don't know, and especially there were a lot of people from India, and I was really curious about Chinese culture and the language of their country was like intriguing for me, and I asked them what they were talking about because their language was quite unusual for me. So there I practiced my skills in English. They could understand me. We were talking, but their accents were different from mine and from local people. So. But there was a time that I could speak English to foreign tourists. It was like quite unusual experience for me. It was the first time ever that I have talked with other people from other countries in English. And very two, I'd like to describe one place in Kazakhstan that I would definitely recommend to international tourists. That place called Chimbuak in Almaty. Since it's a place, since I have visited this place for the first time in the summer, I found out about many things about this place. Chimbuak can contribute to promoting nature of Kazakhstan, the mountains, the green place. However, some tourists can face misunderstanding there because they do not understand how to go through all the stages. Like you walk from the first and to the second to reach the the main parts of this place in the very high peak like mountain. And I remember that one one boy from India, he wanted to enter the seat to get there, but the local people just pushed him. He didn't want him to enter because probably they do not like these people, but it was quite rude from there. And he was like curious what happened. So it can be problem for tourists. They do not know how to go through all of this. And since it's a place for tourists, actually, all people who are there use like English and they can fluently speak English. So there's no limit. They probably tested their English, passed the exam for that. So English speaking guides always help to foreign tourists. And I believe that tourism should promote local uniqueness because they should show people from other countries that our city, that our country is beautiful and deserve more popularity than it has now. And Chimbuak is actually one of the most popular tourism places for tourists and can contribute to attracting more and more people. And to be honest, I always ignored this place and I didn't want to go there. I didn't have a willingness. It was, I thought it's so typical place, but when I saw this beautiful view from the very high to mountains to the city itself, it was so awesome and incredible, and I like this experience. Therefore, that's the reason why I recommend Chimbuak.
Okay, and thank you. Thank you. What is your name?
My name is Ibat. Ibat. No, I have not got
Okay, last name. What is your last name?
Ahmedjan.
Ahmedjan.
Any
Okay. What number?
7.
7.
Yes. You have 1 minute to get ready.
What part one?
No, for all parts. And you see you have 3 parts. For part 1 or part 3, you can choose only 1 question for each. For the second part, you should cover all the options.
For 1 and 3, I can choose one. Yes, for part one, I chose the third question. What kinds of rewards encourage students most? And as I know from my experience in participating in competitions all around the city since third grade, as I remember, as I can recall, most rewards were monetary, and either monetary or it's mostly monetary. But one thing I would add that I noticed that most competitions you have to go a long way to get through regional, the city Olympiad, and then you have to pass onto the state, as you can say. And there's Republican throughout the country, and then you can get some kind of reward or you can get a title. But I think this is really demotivating for students, especially younger students from preschool or middle school. And I don't think it's necessarily the problem of the government or the educational system in the country itself. I think it just needs to be presented in a different way.
Okay, go to
Part two, what is taught to you about communication? I think in a competition I once participated in, I don't remember exactly when it was, but it was a linguistic Olympiad here in Astana, and I think it didn't teach me necessarily about communication because it was mostly written. But I think I was able to conclude my thoughts and like write thoughts in a concise manner. I could translate it to paper. I think it's really important for any age. How it really affected my confidence because at least once a year I go to an English competition. It's like natural for me because I'm the one always selected from my school, and even if the process is really slow, once a year, twice a year, I still get really I'm really gratified by that experience of participating in city-wide competitions, especially in languages or in more STEM-oriented projects. I still get really rewarded by them, to be honest. The difficulties are regarding time. Time is really serious, both in speaking, communicative competitions, and in written competitions, especially. Same with all the tests like SAT and IELTS, which are my primary pathway to my future, basically. And I think most of them were difficult with time. I am not really good at managing time. To be honest, I stray away to a different thought quickly, and I make usual detours. And it was a better motivation than grades for me. It was grades don't do anything for me per se because they don't really matter when it comes to international market, when it comes to international universities. But the competitions, whenever you get diplomas from competitions, even it's a smaller scale than a countrywide or a worldwide competition, it's really rewarding and it could provide some benefits to your own portfolio as a prospective student into a bigger school. And with that, I could conclude that the competitions are really motivating in their own way, not necessarily like really productive for younger students. I think for a certain age, it's like the driving force for students to learn before applying to before 11th grade. I think up to 10th grade, it's the most like important driving force for a student to
overcome his own barriers, his knowledge, and I think if a student gets really motivated by one Olympiad, I think he can reach really high heights with those knowledges he gets. I can go on with part 3. I chose the question, should communication skills or knowledge skills dominate language Olympiads at regional stages? I think communication skills are really underrated in this smaller scale because communication is the driving force of any language's knowledge. I used to participate in a French Olympiad and I didn't think I got really gratified by it. That's French speaking Olympiad it's like restricted to Kazakh people only. It's Kazakhstan residents only. It's not like you don't speak to native French speakers, which is really unfortunate because French is really all about your intonation, all about your body language, and anyone can learn French grammar, but not many people can really speak French properly. I think in English it's a little more thought out because the English is like an integral part of Kazakhstan's education system, but like secondary languages like French, like Chinese, which are commonly studied in schools as a secondary subject or the subject of choice, they are not really handled properly when it comes to competitions, especially spoken.
Enough. So you may go, thank you.
Bye.
Bye. So let's take a part. Так, Шайманов, да?
Да.
Шайманов. Буlatхан, да? Или Буlatcan?
Bulatcan.
Bulatcan. Шайманов, Bulatcan. Как number?
Card number?
Yes. Yes.
Speaking card 2.
Card 2, да? So, Bulatcan, you have only 1 minute to get ready. 1 minute. To get ready for all the 3 questions. Okay? Please choose only one question from part 1. Choose one question. Then from part 2, you have to talk about all these options. Okay. And one question from part 3. Clear?
Yes.
So please.
Should I say which questions I chose? So for part 1, I chose first question. For part 3, I chose second question. For part 1, I chose third question.
Okay, you can start. Okay, start this.
So have teachers in your school encourage digital learning and how? In my school, most teachers encourage using artificial intelligence because it isn't their timetable helps students get more information besides classrooms. So that's why most teachers right now in our current time should encourage digital learning through AI because students get more focus and more time on their specific areas of study where they lack and where they need more time than their teacher can be able is able to give. And most teachers just say use AI, recommend using AI, but what is the most important? How teachers should show how to use AI in that specific area of studies. Because it is very important to use AI correctly. Most students abuse it and don't use it in a correct way. Because each subject requires individual approach for digital learning.
Okay, let's move on to part.
Describe a digital tool or technology that changed the way you learn English. As I mentioned before, the digital tool which changed the way I learn English the most is artificial intelligence. How I use it is I go up daily and use 10, 15 frequent questions for my language model. Most frequently it's for language learning purposes. Sometimes it can be STEM fields like mathematics to use it to explain some methods or themes we did not cover in class. Main advantages of AI is main advantages of AI are 24/7 availability for students and its capacity. Why I think these are advantages because most teachers don't have such advantages. They have specific timetables, they have limited time for each student, and that's why students should use AI for such advantages. But what limitations are for AI is that there are specific, let's say, local misconceptions. Maybe sometimes, like in subjects like history of Kazakhstan, there should be a specific expert approach, which AI cannot do because it's a generalized model. So whether technology can fully replace teachers, I personally think that technology cannot fully replace teachers because the main factor of teaching is human factor. No technology, no robot can give a human the feeling of another human because like throughout all the centuries of humanity, only humans gave and knew what information to give because they know how humans approach and take the information. Give reasons and finish with a clear conclusion. Whether I should give reasons for which tool I chose?
No, at least one reason.
Okay. I think the biggest reason why I chose AI right now is because not only the market invests in it so much that you cannot avoid it, but also it is actually using more modern technology compared to such educational platforms like College Board, Blueprint, and other English or specific exam style platforms because they do not give generalized approach which AI gives.
Okay, enough.
Okay, now analytical discussion. Can digital learning increase educational inequality? In what ways? I suppose digital learning can increase educational inequality but not just through traditional ways of what we think, because there are a lot of ways to increase educational inequality, give more opportunity to the rich kids, because there are a lot more platforms which put some cost on their services, and this puts some limitations and implications on poorer children. And but what's the main reason is that the nature of capitalism makes it easier for students and people with good overall, let's say, circle, and they have more ability. Okay.
Yes, you may go. Thank you. So you may go. Goodbye.
Bye.
So colleagues, come. Так, what is your name? Так, Fazıl, Alina, да? Алина, как это? Есть. Так, card number?
Card number 5
is. Alina, you have only 1 minute to be ready. Okay, please choose only one question from part 1. Yes? Yeah? Okay. You have to talk about all these options from part 2. And one question from part 3. Is it clear for you?
Yes.
Yes.
Can I have a question?
No. Так, окей. Алина, что ты скажешь?
Part 1, I would like to talk about popular professions in Kazakhstan. So there is actually 2 professions that are popular in Kazakhstan. First is IT, international technology. This profession is really popular because of the rise of technology and the rise of internet. And people often choose this profession because it offers good payment. And people, especially young generation, attracts to that. And the second profession that is second popular, I think, is the business major. Business major is popular, I think, for quite a long time, for a decade or maybe so. It's like a traditional profession, I think. And I believe that this profession is popular because there's a lot of like, trades and people need to market their marketing is really important for this profession, and I think this marketing is really easy to learn, and people often choose this profession because of this. Part two, I would like to describe my profession. My profession is entrepreneur. I choose this career because I believe that this career suits me a lot, and I also have skills that entrepreneurs need to have. There are several skills that entrepreneurs need to have. That's leadership skills, creative thinking, for example. I have leadership skills. For example, in teamwork, I try to foster my leadership skills by taking a leader role and helping others. So I believe that's the skills that entrepreneur needs. And English is important for this job because English provides a lot of opportunity if you learn this language because it's a global language, and if you don't know the English, it's harder for you to. It's about. Well, there is also an alternative if your English is low. If you're going to be an entrepreneur in your country, for example, in Kazakhstan, there's no need to be proficient in English, and it's like enough to know Kazakh and Russian because there's no need to know English a lot. So yeah. On the other hand, if you want to go to other countries and be entrepreneur there and open your company, then yeah, of course you need to know other languages, like English. Next, I think that in employers, English is more important for professions is because English is a global language, like I said earlier. English provides a lot of opportunities. It offers opportunities such as speaking to other people and communication skills, fostering communication skills, which is very important for employees. And employee search for employees that are already proficient and already have skills such as critical thinking and communication skills.
Thank you. Alina? Thank you. You may go. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Так, your surname is Sarvasova, да?
Sarvasova.
Да, я согласна. Нет.
Не хотят идти. Ее хочется забывать.
Почему это? Ну да, потому что Sarvasova, да? Как номер? So, take a seat, please, take a seat.
Okay, so you have 1 minute to get ready.
Okay, please, and while I start,
So, for part you choose one question. Only one question for part one. And for part two, you should cover all these key features. Okay. And the third part also next week.
okay. Thank you. And set as a time.
1 minute, yeah.
1 minute.
Merci.
First part. I have 5 minutes here for all the questions. Or I would say 5 minutes. Okay.
Depending on your answers.
Depending on my answer. Okay. Well, first of all, do I use AI tools for learning English or school tasks? Well, I would like to say that I do not actually use any AI tools for learning English, or I might say that I have never used them in my entire life because, first of all, when I used to be young, when I used to be a child, AI wasn't really there, it wasn't really popular. And right now, as its popularity goes up, I do not use it in learning English exactly, but in school tasks, I may use them sometimes, for example, to get my presentation done, to maybe make it more creative, maybe make it more like futuristic. Sometimes I use it to get more information because right now the sources are too difficult to understand, for example, Wikipedia or any other sites. But I guess AI may tell you the information in simple words, like really simple. And AI tools, for example, if we talk about the illustrative ones where you can draw, where you can create some new things to generate new images, then I guess, yes, I use it sometimes, for example, not in school, but in other school courses, for example, the fashion design, I use it. And sometimes I use it in preparation for my exam because it is getting the work like in an instant. And if we talk about, for example, ChatGPT, about the text that it gives, for example, a full answer, then I probably would not recommend, first of all, to use it because it doesn't really give you any experience and knowledge that you will need. And of course, I have used it, I'm using it right now, but I would like to stop doing it and do it like more regularly because it is inefficient for getting the knowledge from school and of course for the human brain work.
Then describe one way AI can support learning English, and one way it might limit creativity or communication. Well, first of all, AI became popular like maybe 1 or 2 years ago, and actually my comrades they had already known about the AI at those times, and I haven't actually done anything in it, and I didn't get any news about it because I had like a lot of work at school, at courses, and my future career in fashion it doesn't really integrate with AI at all. But one way that it can support learning English, first of all, I guess one of the most important things in learning English, I guess, is speaking actually, because it's the fluency, it is the pronunciation, it is everything that you understand and that the person that you are communicating with understands too. So I guess, for example, in Duolingo, they do not have a speaking part. They have speaking part for pronunciation, if you said it correctly, but you cannot actually speak to another person. And then some time ago, like back in the days, I watched a video in some social media, for example, Instagram, I guess, and there was a girl who was learning Russian, and she had an AI speaker which was telling her the right pronunciation and could answer to her questions or just any talks that she is giving to it. And I felt like that's really a good idea for any websites and for any apps like Duolingo. And for example, like in Kazakhstan, we have right now the most popular one for translating, for learning English, for example, app. I'm not really sure how it is called, but I saw that there is an AI tool which helps you to communicate with a person like alive, but technically alive. And yes, it's of course a big advantage, but still, AI gives many risks, it gives many misunderstandings because it might limit creativity or communication. First of all, creativity. People are really original, they are creative. We do not have in the world the same people, exactly the same, like all of our minds, they work really differently. And it might limit the creativity in us because it just depends, the AI depends on the information that we give it. And it processes it, and then it gives out an answer. And through the years that have AI already grown up, it has gained a lot of information, and now it gets more and more productive, more and more intelligent, and more like human-like. And now the creativity is going down. It's like it's decreasing because AI just sets our minds to some limits that we can think only in that way. And of course, for example, in schools, if you start to use AI to get your job done, then you use it every day and always because you actually limit yourself to thinking only with AI. And then when they give you a pen, a paper, and they tell you to write an essay without any AI tools, you say like, oh, I can't.
Okay, it's enough. Okay, and translate this.
And why might AI reduce originality in students' communication? Well, again, it is actually connected to the second part. The originality, it stands in students like at home. For example, at universities, many universities look at the person's not always the knowledge and not always the table, the grade that they got, but about the originality. For example, why do universities need an essay, and about a motivational essay? It's because they want to see the originality, the skill that they got, and everything that maybe will be raised in this university. Because sometimes they do not need the, for example, the lazy ones, and not the smartest ones, because they need the people who can be motivated by going to the nearest future for their career.
And,
Okay, listen.
very wonderful. So you may go. Please go. Goodbye.
Good afternoon.
Please. So, what is your name?
My name is Jean.
Jean Sınıp.
Sınıp.
Remember that?
Sınıp.
Okay, take it out, please. Jean. Card number? Card number. Number card.
3.
3?
Yeah.
3, huh? Card number 3. Jean, you have only 1 minute to get ready for all 3 questions. You see?
Yeah.
One question, you can choose only one question from part 1. But you have to touch all the options from part 2.
Okay.
And one question from part 3. Clear?
Yes.
Start. Okay, Jean, you should start.
So the first question is, what environmental issues do students talk about most often in the region? I think the first is, as always, talk about the SME nuclear polygon. Also, we often talk in our geography classes about the Aral Sea, and both of them are really tragic issues which affect a lot of people in the local area. For example, the Seme polygon affected the local population by inflicting some genetic diseases. The whole ecology and biosphere went downhill. So we often talk about those in our classes and in the common talking about between students, and I think that RLC is really a popular topic to talk about because the RAL problem is pretty much a global problem which affects the whole world. For example, there's salt windstorms actually affect the ices on the Arctic poles. So that's one of the most popular topics to talk about between us.
Okay.
So the second part, one of the most there's a problem is oil spills in Caspian Sea. So the main cause of the problem is industrial oil extraction in the Caspian Sea. It often is caused by spills on sea tankers or the oil pumps being outdated or them being damaged by some local population. All this leads up to this problem. So how it affects the community, the local fishermen actually is a quite lucrative profession. So the local fish then gets to the regular meal of the local population, which affects the health of the locals. Also, we have to talk about the soil and water being polluted by the oil. This also affects the community by this way. So the solution is to renovate the existing infrastructure, renovate sea tankers and pipe systems. So the possible obstacles are obviously financial struggles. So the local government is often underfinanced by the government. So that's one of the obstacles we've got to face. So in summary, the oil spills in the Caspian Sea is a problem which has many solutions, and with proper treatment, it will be able to solve this problem. So in the part 3, why do environmental campaigns succeed in some schools but fail in others? So environmental campaigns often involve the students actually being interested in the subject. This has to be regulated by the school administration. So it often involves some speakers coming to maybe talk about the problem and incorporate the solving that.
Good, thank you. That's it.
That was
Okay, so you
Goodbye.
Goodbye. What is your name? So, please take the card. Что говорят?
Шанова.
А?
Шанова.
Шанова. Алло, pick up number?
Card number 9.
Number 9. So please take your card. Allo, you have only 1 minute to be ready. Then choose only one question from part 1. On how to please talk about all these options. And one question from part 3.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, hello?
First question is, have you ever spoken English to foreign tourists? I would say that yes, I have had that experience, especially since, in my opinion, there are
so many foreign tourists in Astana right now because Kazakhstan is being exposed to more global opportunities, is being more recognized by foreigners. One experience that I had is that one of my neighbors in my house is an English speaking person with two beautiful dogs. So sometimes when we meet in the elevator or while we go the same route, we talk a little, discuss something, or maybe I can help him with the directions because he's still not very familiar with the city. So yeah, that's one of the experiences that I had. Describe a place in Kazakhstan you would recommend to international tourists and explain what non-Kazakh speakers should know before visiting. What place I would recommend go sightseeing in Kazakhstan is probably Balkashlik, because this is my father's homeland, and that's the reason why I mostly grew up there. And I think the nature, just the lake, it's so beautiful, so good and comfortable for tourism, especially for in summertime, to go there with your family, visit some local restaurants, swim in the lake. The lake is wonderful, the water is clear, and the weather is amazing. It's not too hot and it's not too cold, so for sure I would recommend this place. And what possible misunderstandings tourists might face, probably it's a language barrier, because still most people there speak in Russian or in Kazakh, so not a lot of people know English or would know how to act in front of foreign tourists. However, this is where English-speaking guides help come to the scene, because they help to guide tourists and make them feel more comfortable, especially in a new country, in a new place, surrounded by locals. So yeah, I think this specific tourism should promote local uniqueness, our Kazakh beauty, Kazakh nature, our natural resources, and stuff like that. Why do some tourist sites become global while others remain local? In my opinion, it depends on the management, I would say, on the management of a particular place. For example, Japan. Japan is a pretty popular country, especially among young adults. However, it remains unique, it remains authentic to itself, to its culture, to its history. And I think this is the place where their own management have put a lot of work and effort into that to remain unique, to remain Japanese while attracting foreign tourists. So yeah, I think when we think about tourism, when we think about sightseeing and traveling, we think about something that is unique to that country, to that place, to that culture, and we want to see something we could only see there. So I don't think that globalization should become an obstacle.
So, thank you, Nego.
Thank you very much.
Bye. Resuming, take it now, please. Khalida. Part number?
Card number 2, technology and education.
So, you have 1 minute to get ready. One question from part 1. Then all questions from part 2 and one question from part 3. Okay? Let's go. Okay.
I would say, do I need to read the question or?
No, don't read the question. Okay, so that's just answer.
I would say computers in general, all the countries around the world, because computers have many advantages to learn any specific topics or even like languages. Because you can type and also write and watch in the big screen some videos that you're gonna learn. And also you could practice it. You could practice with computers since it has a lot of access to different websites or even apps. Because some websites on the smartphone has some limits, while on the computers it shows all its functions. The tool that changed the way I learn English would be smartphone, especially the Quizlet app, which is on the phone. And this app is for learning words, especially. So you just type the original word and definition in what language you're learning. And when it comes to advantages, it has a lot of advantages. You can repeat it in any time without any limits. But when it comes to disadvantages, you can use that app only with internet, not Wi-Fi. So the disadvantages would be not using it in the offline. I would say that technologies are always compact and useful for learning different languages, especially nowadays. A lot of people just don't use an offline courses or something like that. They just go on the computer and search up different topics and resources that they are learning. You could just not that video or something like that. But when it comes to distraction, you could just distract by the tool that you're learning. For example, while you're learning something and studying something, someone could write you or just type you something that they need you, and you got distracted by that.
Thanks.
Do you have your ID card? No. You got it. You can pay the cost.
Aspetta vedere. Let's see.
It's the number of your card. Card free. Then you have 1 minute to be ready to answer. And you see you have 3 parts in the sheet. On the sheet. So part 1, you can answer only 1 question. Part 2, the whole sheet you should cover. And for the part 3, also 1 question. Clear? So the time is set.
Okay.
Part 1 to schools in Kazakhstan do enough to promote eco-awareness. Yes, I think they do enough, and they do. I think they do more than enough because we have a lot of ecological projects that promote eco-awareness and things, projects like sorting plastics and bottles. Moreover, we have many volunteering organizations that do a large variety of volunteering work and help for our ecological system, and they do they promote help and provide volunteers to improve our ecological state in our country. Also, I think our teenagers are more responsible, are more responsible generation, so they care more and think more about ecological problems, about our environment, and they tend to be more. They tend to be. They tend to think about that more. Second part, describe an environmental problem in your region and propose possible solutions. First of all, we have a crucial environmental problem regarding air pollution. It causes from people's mistakes and their consequences. For example, people often don't. People threw their trash to the oceans and outside, not only the places that they should be. So it causes the environmental problem and also affect our air and
make air pollution and problems with transports. It affects to our community because teenagers struggle, people often struggle with health disease, they have a lot of trash being outside, so they struggle with health problems. My solution to this problem and possible obstacles, I think people should do more help for volunteering organizations and give more attention to their traffics and their trash. And also they should listen to the rules in their cities. But there are also possible obstacles because not all people are responsible for the consequences of their mistakes. So they don't have a desire to be a part of that ecological community. In the end, I want to say that it's not a big deal because we have that kind of people that don't care about our ecology. We also have many new generation and teenagers that are very responsible in that sphere, and they want to make our world better and develop our country in ecological way.
Okay, second.
Part 3, analytical discussion. Why should carry more responsibility for regional ecology, schools, families, or local government? I think we should carry more responsibility in schools because there are many schools in our cities that struggle with environmental issues. They have trash in the outside and in the school. So it's struggle not only the teachers but also affect our students at school. So there are also problems with air pollution that is a territory of school. So they should carry more responsibility and attention for that problem.
Okay, great. Thank you. We go. Goodbye. What's that?